international impact and the fact that there are people across what, 60 plus countries who are affected by this, who I know my dad lives in the Caribbean, in Grenada, and I know that the chances of him being able to fit out a 45-page report with, you know, the help of whatever structures are out there in the Caribbean, whatever legal advice is out there, is literally non-existent. And I'm hearing the difference that good legal counsel can make, the difference between £300 and £170,000. That's the difference. And it really does feel to me that they are running down the clock so that they have to pay out less and less. And they also know that because of the age of many of those from the Windrush generation, that clock is ticking down day by day. And every day that they can drag their feet on this means that they pay out less. And call me a cynic, but I say that that was probably priced in from an early point in this process. So this is more than just about Windrush. It's a test of the British state and would it engage and deal with the wrongdoing that has happened in the past. I think when we look at the fact that Hillsborough law has been postponed and that the concept of stitch-ups and cover-ups still can't be resolved in a democratic fashion in this country under a Labour government, tells you why we're in the situation we're in and why there is, I think, some people now who have a great deal of cynicism when it comes to the issue of Windrush, and I do understand why. I want to reaffirm my role as a sponsor MP. I'm happy to help keep up the pressure on Parliament. I'm also happy to try to set up meetings with some of the people involved. My relationships with some members of the government aren't brilliant for a variety of reasons. But nonetheless, I'm happy to try to get this on the political agenda with you because, like many people, I remember the banging of tables and the thumping.
Roland, it's gone silent. Roland, it's gone silent. Roland, it's gone silent and we can't see.
I will do my best to work with you to help out.
Roland, can we see, please, as well?
I know.
We can't hear him.
Maybe just one. Yes, yeah, or two. Okay, these two hands. Just three, please. Yeah, three, and then please.
Mr. Lewis, are you able to tell us? Are you able to tell us what?
Roland, we can't hear. Can you swap it to the other phone?
Now, just for an inquiry for Windrush.
So obviously this is a strong government, okay, and it's I would say that its priority is its own political survival. And one of the first things I would say to you is I'm quite happy to say, I mean, you know, I'm one of those people that think there should be a change at the top, and I'd be quite forthcoming in that. What's that, sorry? No, I don't think it will be me. I know you heard that, but barring that, we have to assume that this, you know, this government could go on for some time. The best way to do that is there are a record number of black and ethnic minority MPs here in Parliament.
There aren't many of them here today. You need to work out which are the constituencies with the most affected people by Windrush, those that have, particularly those with black and ethnic minority MPs, and lobby them hard. I'm happy to help you with that, but you need to kind of find out, you need to identify the people that should be stepping up. They won't always be black and ethnic minority MPs, they won't always be black MPs. Sometimes there will be MPs with large ethnic minority populations. And I think MPs in Labour are increasingly beginning to understand that they cannot take their votes for granted. People are voting with their feet increasingly to other political parties, your party, Green Party. And I think people should lay down a gauntlet and say, this is the bare minimum that we expect from you as a Labour MP and this Labour government, that we get justice for Windrush. I don't think most MPs realise just how long this has dragged out and how bad the situation is. I mean, there are a lot of problems at the moment. There are a lot of things coming at this Labour government. And this is one that I think many would have missed. So I think it's informing them about where we are and then working out who are the ones you need to identify and push on.
one moment, please. I'll just come round. Can you take this gentleman a question, please?
I am for the Windrush situation in and out of my country because when all the successful in the
We can't hear Roland.
what's the point of supporting them and saying that they're now come here? And whilst now the last 3 years, but the media in anti-Israel trying to release a one of the
You can't. That's fine.
Israel 1,000 times in Parliament. Why isn't the Windrush why isn't the Windrush generation being debated 1,000 times like Israel are by the MP? Because it's unfair. In first time working at the memorial service for the second anniversary of the October 2nd, October 3rd attacks in Israel, when I was a volunteer for the working there, and what was I saying?
That's quite.
And I wasn't saying that.
That's quite a neat question. So we'll break it down to 2 parts. We're going to go on the second part first about the issues around Israel.
And I don't think there's a kind of hierarchy of the time that can be spent. You know, one is a genocide, one is a scandal that should never have happened. If I just answer the question, and I mean,
And when we had that away, when you justify Israel not releasing the cameras and
okay, so what okay, so I'll try and keep this on track.
Yeah,
to Windrush.
I know you've got to go in a couple
Yeah.
of minutes.
Okay, so let's answer that one. That's a better one to answer. Okay, so there's quite a lot in there. And let me answer the first part of your question. The second part about why has Parliament spent so much time on this and on the other? In many ways, Parliament debates lots of things, and it's not for me to say what the hierarchy of the parliamentary timetable is. This is definitely something that did get parliamentary timetable at the time when it was a scandal, but now that nothing's happening, I definitely agree with you. It's not being given the right amount of coverage and time in Parliament. That's very clear. I think the question you asked first is why were people invited over from the Commonwealth if this then happened? I think that's a $6 million question, and I think you have to go back to, if you know your history, you'll know that. If you know your history, then you will know that when the government asked for people, its children from the Commonwealth, to come back to the mother country to kind of rebuild after the Second World War, they were thinking of Rhodesia, New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, Canada. They weren't thinking of the Caribbean. They weren't thinking of the subcontinent. They were thinking of a certain type of Commonwealth citizen that didn't have black skin. And I think when they did turn up, that's when from 1948 onwards, you can see successive governments, including Labour governments, attempting to square that circle and to basically try to calibrate a immigration policy which could discriminate without discriminating. That's what they were trying to do, but everyone knows that it was discrimination. And actually, Labour governments were some of the worst for that. That's ultimately what it was. So if we can just come on to the last question over here.
Develop independent scrutiny plan, and I wanted to see, if you're able to give direction on the independent scrutiny. So I'm independent myself. I'm with members.
Independent scrutiny. We will be covering that later on in our session, so you will get the opportunity to raise a.
There'll be another event here for that half.
I know Clive has extended his time by 6 minutes. You really need to be out. So can we thank Clive for coming and just supporting this event, and we will keep in communication with Clive, because at the end of our session, we identified 2 or 3 issues that we want MPs to follow up on, and those will be identified out of this meeting tonight.
Yeah, good stuff.
Thank you very much.
Good luck with the meeting.
Thank you. Yeah.
Clive, can we speak? Can I speak to Clive?
So if I can just
Can I speak to Clive
Oh,
quickly before you
that's
go? Hello, we're in the
So
Zoom.
can I just formally welcome you again to the
Has Clive
Windrush
gone?
rally? Clive had to depart. People will be coming in during the course of the evening. Let me just set out a couple of housekeeping. Firstly, the toilets are just outside in the lobby area. We should be finishing around 19:30, 7:30, no later. We should be going outside. We can have conversation out in the lobby area. We have to clear the room by 7:30 as standard. The other thing to mention is that, come in. These events are organized bi-monthly. So every 2 months, we have a rally. We've been doing this now for 4 years. And the purpose of the rally is to bring MPs and community together to hear some of the issues and concern around the Windrush compensation scheme and status. We only deal with Windrush compensation scheme and status. We don't cover immigration because we're not immigration lawyers. That's a specialist area. So let me just run through quickly the agenda for today so you can focus your mind. So we've had the welcome. We have a theme, and the theme is equal justice for Windrush generation. And the reason why we say equal justice, because there are other scandals out there that is in a better position than Windrush generation. And we will keep emphasizing and comparing that difference in equity. There is no equity with Windrush across other scheme, Post Office Horizon, infected blood, etc. We're seeking equity across all schemes. We're also wanting to give you the work that we've been doing for the past 3 years. We've been focusing strategically to ensure that the Windrush agenda is not forgotten and that MPs and Parliament will be aware that we're campaigning for justice. Yeah? And if we don't stop speaking about that, they will stop listening. Continue speaking about the justices and the injustices that many Windrush generation and descendants are experiencing. We're now 5 generations on. From 1948, I'm 2nd generation, and I'm 72 years old. So other people, 4th generation and 5th generation are still affected by Windrush. So it is an intergenerational issue. It affects many, many people. The older people, the 1st generation, are very few remaining. We would call them in mature years, in their 80s and 90s. Some of those individuals have passed away without getting any compensation or status rectification, but their families can fight for those individuals who have passed on. Okay? And it's important that those families take up that fight and continue to fight for justice. Now, let me just outline a couple of things for you to pay attention to. So identify the theme. We're going to hear from the Windrush Collective, who will speak. Then we're going to have an update regarding the meetings that we've had with the commissioner, the new Windrush commissioner, Clive Foster. Then we will have an update from organization in this campaign, Action for Race Equality, ARE. And then we will have an update on the work we've been doing in the Windrush Justice Clinic, and in particular, the work around the inquiry, people inquiry, and the public inquiry. We're going to give you updates on the progress of that piece of work at the moment. And then we will talk briefly about the Hillsborough. I know they're fighting to get the amendments through Parliament. That's very important that they get those amendments, so there is no Secret Service exemption from that. Because, you know, we saw in the Manchester bombing, information was withheld, and what led to that? There should be no loophole for any public sector organization to be exempt. So we will support the Hillsborough law, public duty of candor. And then finally, station around pension. Now, pension, state pension, is very important. And we will talk about the work we're doing overseas, particularly in Jamaica, right? The work that's taking place out there. So that is the agenda. Evening. So, what I'd like to do is to introduce our first speaker. Kojo is the chair of the Windrush Collective. The Windrush Collective is a group, the individual organization that has come together strategically focus on what we can do collectively to improve with compensation scheme and status, and to address some of those issues in the scheme that many people are finding very difficult to understand, and why is it taking so long to bring about changes. And don't forget, we're trying to bring about changes strategically. Clive mentioned the current government, and we're pushing the government to respond to the pledges that was made of fundamental change to Windrush and the Windrush reset. That was made when the current government won the general election, and the Prime Minister put that statement out. You can find it out there in YouTube. It's out in the public domain. We want to know, when will we see the reset that will provide better outcomes for Windrush generation and descendants. So bear that in mind as I introduce Kojo, please.
Thank you, Garrick, and it's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, as Garrick has said, I'm the chair of the Windrush Justice Community Collective. We have as a aim to look at the long-term strategic solutions to what is called the Windrush scandal, but many of us prefer to call it the Home Office scandal. I am also, I'll move myself closer.
Yeah,
and
so you get pick up there.
So I am also a national organizer at Black Lives Matter UK. You may have heard of the organization. We are inspired but independent of the US organization, and we formed in 2016, mostly as protesters, and we've been an organization in a proper form since 2020. So what I first want to, before I go into the Windrush, what we've been doing on Windrush, I wanted just to explain a little bit more about our organization, BLM UK, and how it fits and why we are so obviously thinking that this is an urgent issue that we need to be organizing on. So Black Lives Matter UK. The first is that we exist to abolish racist, hostile systems. As Black people, we structural violence, structural racism every day. And we believe it is our duty as organizers, but also our right to live in a society that is free from this structural violence. That's why we say that we organize to abolish these sorts of systems. And we think the Windrush scandal is very symptomatic of the structural racism that the British government perpetuates against Black people. The second thing that we also organize around is repairing colonial harm. What do we mean by this? Colonization is the reason why many of us are in Britain today, whether directly or indirectly, is due to Britain's colonial, not only legacies, but ongoing practices. that meant black people were put on a hierarchy where we are at the bottom. This is what white supremacy looks and feels like. And we organize to undo those practices. And again, Windrush is at the heart of that. People from the colonies being treated less than human is exactly the sort of things that we want to reverse. And then the final one is we also organize to establish communities of care and safety. And those are the outcomes that we're trying to seek and pursue through Windrush. So what we've been doing recently, what we've been doing as part of the Windrush Justice Community Collective is not only looking at the current situation and marking the government, but seeing how can we improve the situation? Because what we have gone through since the scheme started more than 7 years ago now is a series of administrative tweaks. The government saying, yeah, we hear you. Yeah, we're on it. And what actually happens is small tweaks that don't really change the underlying problem. The cycle of trauma, of being disbelieved, being disregarded, is just repeating over and over again. So what we are trying to do is saying that rather than have these small tweaks, what we have been looking at and been talking with the Windrush Commissioner about is this disparity. Why is it that post office scandal victims, people where this issue came up in 2021, they have received now over £1 billion in compensation, where Windrush scandal victims have received less than 100 million, even though the compensation scheme started earlier. Why is that? Why is it a situation that for every Windrush claimant, 3 out of 5 claimants have received nil awards? Where when you look at the post office scheme, much higher rates of success. Has that got something to do with the fact that post office scandal claimants, they get free legal assistance, where Windrush claimants do not? The reasons behind these things, you may not be surprised to hear, is structural racism. This is something that not only this government, successive governments have got a speciality in. There was a report that was published, I think only 2 years ago, that's on the Home Office website, that says that since Windrush, since 1948, every immigration act has been motivated to reduce Black and brown immigration into Britain. Every act. And it has not stopped. They said their report said they had to stop in around 2010, but we know even now, doesn't matter if it's Shabana Mahmood or if it's Priti Patel, they are continuing to produce policies to limit the immigration of Black and brown people. And so by not only calling this out, we want to do something about it. We want to change this. And so what we are promoting today, and we will collect people's email addresses so that you can sign on this, is a petition. This petition in of itself, we don't think it's going to change much, right? It's going to be on the parliamentary website. But what is important about the petition, it is an opportunity for us to go and connect in our communities, to not only talk about this issue, but to force the government and also the Windrush Commissioner to respond to this demand. And what we're demanding are 3 things. It's very simple. The first thing is that we do not believe that the Home Office is the right body to run a compensation scheme. You don't let the thief decide how they're going to compensate you. But that's the system we've got right now. We have got the person who has caused the harm deciding and being the judge and jury and executioner of how compensation is going to be received. That's the current system that not only the Conservatives gave us, but Labour are continuing. So it's not that we just need independent scrutiny. We need an overhaul. We need a reset. And that is what we're demanding, a Windrush reset. That this body needs to be taken out of the hands of the Home Office and given to an independent body. That's what post office scandal victims have got. They've got retired judges. They've got independent people reviewing the compensation schemes. We've got Home Office bureaucrats. The very people who designed the hostile environment in the first place. The very people who ensure that this system affected so many of our loved ones. So that's the first demand. It needs to be taken out and it needs to be put in an independent body. And we have got on our side Martin Ford, Casey. You may not have heard of him. He's a compensation lawyer, specialist. He actually helped design the original Windrush compensation scheme. And he now says it's a disgrace that the scheme that he helped design has not been implemented in the way that he saw it would happen. He thinks it's a disgrace. He wants it overhauled. And that's why he's now part of the Windrush Justice Community Collective. The second thing that we are demanding is that all claimants should have access to guaranteed free legal advice. Independent reports have already said this. Right? We've had a Human Rights Watch say that's what they should have. We've had the Parliamentary Ombudsman saying they need an independent advice to make claims. We've had Justice Report also make this claim. So it's well known. Since 2021, the government of the day and the government in power now have known about this. In fact, the chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee that actually said they need legal advice was one Yvette Cooper, who was the Home Secretary and now is the Foreign Secretary. And yet that still hasn't been implemented. Why? Why? We know why. Racism. Racism is not just a bigotry in people's heads. It's an economic strategy. It's a way, they don't devalue us because they think we're close to apes. That's a lie. They devalue us because they can profit from the idea that we are less than them. It is about money. It's not about ideology or belief systems. As long as it's profitable to not compensate our loved ones, they will do it. And we have to force that. And we force it through organizing. So that is why we are saying it needs to be our people who claim need to get that free legal assistance. It's well known and they should have been done a long time ago. But we're now pushing this petition to force this conversation in our communities as well as in Parliament. Because if we're not talking about it, if we're not pushing it, it's not going to happen. And then the third and final thing is that the scheme, the awards that are given, I don't know how many of you know this, but I think I've mentioned it already. 3 out of 5 people who have actually gone to claim an award have got 0. They've been awarded nothing. And when people are given awards, they're normally far below what they expect. Averages are in the low thousands. And we can talk about one case, Clive has already mentioned it, but to reiterate the point, there was one woman, a survivor, a woman in her 70s. She made the claim. She filled out the 45-page form with no help. She did it herself. She waited, and she got £300 compensation for her efforts. Yeah, this has been read by, as I say, Home Office bureaucrats. They've spent time. She's waited patiently, and they say £300. That's an insult. So she went to a legal charity that looked at it, and they looked through her documents, and that £300, they helped her submit a new claim to appeal it, and that £300 turned into £170,000. How many more of our loved ones have faced this and they didn't know to go and get advice? This is why legal assistance is so important. But even then, they don't include certain things. They exclude some private pensions. That's now shifted a little bit, but they're excluding military pensions. Can you imagine somebody who's come to Britain or was born in Britain, served for the army, and now they're told they're not a citizen? So it's okay for you to fight for Britain, but it's not all right for you to claim your pension. That's the situation we're in. And that's why the third ask is to include pensions of all kinds, including military pensions. If you think that this is a disgrace, if you think that our communities need to stand up on this, then we urge you to help sign and push this petition in your community. Again, not because signing the petition in of itself is going to do anything. No, by getting our community organized, that's what will make the change. Clive Foster, the Windrush Commissioner, we've been having several meetings with him over the last 6 months. He is very impressed by the idea that actually, yes, it doesn't make any sense. Why is there free legal assistance for post office postmasters, but there isn't for Windrush? The government says it's not racism, but let's look at the demographics of those constituencies. We need to organize. I hope that you can help us. I hope you can help our own community in the way that they deserve, because they do not deserve anything less than full compensation. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Kojo, and you've given us some food for thought. If you just come back here, please, because I think it would be good to get a few questions from what you've said. Now, we've mentioned this is a strategic work that we're doing. The collective is doing a strategic work to bring about changes to the Windrush compensation scheme, all aspects of it. Kojo highlighted a few areas that we want to focus on. He also highlighted the new petition that is launching today. That's going to be important for this campaign. And this petition, we need as many signatures as possible. Our target is 10,000.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. 10,000. If we get 20, we're happy. If we get 30, we're happy. We don't want to get 990. We need to get 10,000 plus. And the reason for that, can you tell them the reason why we need 10,000?
Yeah, so this petition is launched on the Parliament website. So it's a parliamentary petition. If we reach 10,000, then the government has to respond. Okay, if we get 100,000, then it's considered for debate in Parliament, right? And I think if we get 100,000, it would be very difficult for the government to deny a debate on this in Parliament. But it has happened before. At 10,000, we would get a response, and whatever response we get, we use that as ammunition to go back to the Windrush Commissioner and say, well, this is what the government has said. They're either ignoring us or they think we've got a point. What are you now going to do about it? So that we can give him the ammunition to go back and say, well, we need to reset this scheme. Because we've only got 3 years left at best to get this changed.
So one question, people will be thinking, how can I get the petition signed? You know, after today, how will we get access to this petition?
So what we can do today is people can put their emails on a document that I've got on my laptop. But if you're also a signatory or you've obviously registered, we'll ask Garrett to email it out to all people who registered to attend.
Yes.
And yeah, we will continue for the first 3 weeks. We want people just to be sharing it in WhatsApp groups and so on. We can give you template messages to put in your WhatsApp groups and in your community forums. And then in about 4 weeks' time, we will be trying to launch more publicly. And you should be seeing celebrities and some media coverage. And that's when we want people to be sharing on social media and elsewhere.
Yeah. So we really want the community behind this petition. All your contacts, family members, friends, etc. We want the community behind this petition. This is the opportunity that we have to make a difference. And we need those numbers. It's crucial we get those numbers. Is there anything else, any question that you would like Kojo to answer? Please.
Can you say your name as well, please?
Yeah, my name is Lancelot.
Lancelot.
Yeah, I'm independent. I'm working on health and safety. And I feel up the independent scrutiny.
Right.
But from coming to the meeting, I see that there's a lot of gaps where there are people being targeted. Like you mentioned, scrutiny is that's why we're here. And the health and safety part of it is more. So, how would you do?
In light of the bad press that BLM has been getting in America, are you linked with BLM?
We're independent of the US.
Right, okay. So is it a UK branch or just the UK? Right. Okay, thank you.
Is always fine. I'll give the URL. ukblm.org. That's our official website, and you can find out more information about us there. Okay, so I'll address Lancelot's question about independent scrutiny and health and safety.
We've got
We know
hands up here as well.
we know, and the government do not monitor this, but we know that 66 claimants have died waiting for compensation.
At least minimum.
That's a minimum. We don't know the exact number, but we know there's at least 66. And the government haven't moved with the urgency you would have thought something like that would require. So health and safety, I don't think, is the government's concern, right? What we are asking for is not small changes to an existing system that is designed to fail. We are asking for a complete overhaul, for it to be taken with the same parity or same esteem as I said previously, the post office Horizon scandal or the infected blood scandal. And part of that would involve then, and some people are working on this, an inquiry. There's a people's inquiry already going over to look at all of these aspects. And I think working with those people might help. It will be useful for you to get involved in that in particular. But I will be very clear, I'm not interested in trying to get this government to focus on better scrutiny of what is already a failing system. Right.
Where focusing at this moment government on how independently from
the claims, right? So it's independent. Yes, that is. So this is exactly, because that is the part that is missing hugely in terms, because you just mentioned the numbers of people that just are passed, and that is not even a thing that we know fully to be as on record. So.
Organization working on their own is a complete failure because they'll just ignore. Collectively, if you can bring the organization together, you've got more voices, more power to achieve something. And that's precisely why the collective was set up with a number of organizations to push these issues forward. You know, for years you work on your own and you can't penetrate the system. So, you know, want to join up voices and build together so that, you know, together we're stronger. Yeah. Not on individual, together we're stronger. That's the message we're putting forward.
Yeah. It's just like I learn of
the gaps. Yeah. And get to understand how it works. Now I'm at that stage where, again, the involvement or interaction is at that level where I could provide other options and other solutions. Yeah.
Thank you. Roland, can I take a couple of questions from the online, please? I think for Koja. Please.
You've got a speaker in and a hand up in the chat.
Hello, can you hear me?
Darling, are you ready to speak, please?
Yeah, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So go ahead, Charlene. Just give it about 2 seconds before you start speaking, Charlene, please.
Okay. Okay. So I had 2 questions. I wanted to know, are people still allowed to apply for the compensation, or is that closed?
You're very
now?
low. Can you speak you need a bit closer to your mic?
Roland, I can hear.
Can you hear me now?
He's picking up.
I can hear.
But the room
can you
needs
hear
to
me
hear
now?
something. Okay, go ahead.
I'll repeat a question.
Please.
Yeah, I said, are people still allowed to apply, or is the applying time closed now?
It's still open. The
It's
compensation
still
scheme is still open.
open. Okay, and the second question is, I just recently saw that there is a Windrush Day Grant scheme for organisations to host events this year, and I'm just wondering how they've been able to put this grant scheme together, but they're unable to sort out the compensation.
Again, I think the question is how are they able to put a Windrush grant scheme for Windrush Day events and not compensation
and not the compensation? How are they able to do this?
I think the question is money, right? What is the money that is involved in the grant schemes for the days? And I think it's less than £5 million that we're talking about, right? Yeah. So yes, they can basically say celebrate Windrush, and what they're really asking us to sort of do is to be complicit in their idea that it's over, that we are now all happy.
Exactly.
It's
like a smoke screen. It's like a smoke screen. Yeah, it's like a smoke screen.
Absolutely, they are willing, and they're wanting us to actually do the smoke screen for them.
And can I suggest also, this is where we always encourage individuals to use their MP. Yeah.
Right.
Those concerns that you have, write to your local MP and raise those concerns.
Yeah.
So even if you apply for the money, I'm not saying you shouldn't, but we could imagine we use that money to then lobby our MPs, or to actually say, let's listen to the elders who are still suffering. And it's not just elders. I have to add. We had an online we had a meeting with the commissioner, and we had an online element as we do today. And we heard from a sister who was 23, and she's a victim of the scandal. 23. Not only her, she had a newborn baby, maybe 4 months old. And she said that though she's born in this country, because of her grandparents' citizenship not being settled, she did not have the right as a British citizen, even though she's born in this country. Some people may not realize this about the scandal. That it's not just people who were brought over, it's also their children. It goes to the third, fourth generation. As long as you have not got a parent that can claim British citizenship, even if you're born in this country, you are undocumented. You are not a legal resident of the United Kingdom, and therefore you are at risk of deportation. And so this sister, 23 years old, is fighting to get indefinite leave to remain. And she just heard in September, Shabana Mahmood saying that they're going to make the journey to get citizenship even harder. So it used to be 5 years, they're now going to make it 10 years. And every 2 years, it could be taken away. Your indefinite leave to remain status can be taken away.
It's shocking. I actually
not only affecting elders,
it's affecting young.
In this country has no legal right to stay here because of a law that happened in 1981. The Nationality Act of 1981 meant that any person born after the 1st of January 1983, if they did not have a parent that had British citizenship, they were not British citizens. So that means there are people right now, aged 43 and younger, who may not have the right to be in this country, and as a result are at risk of deportation. Some have been deported to countries that they've never been to in their lives.
It's not.
I'm going to take another question online, please.
Is there anyone else online that would like to raise a question?
Is that Carol? Did you put your hand up?
No, sorry, no, I haven't. But good evening, everybody.
So I've put
Okay,
two
so
people in the waiting room because
we got a question and a question.
Valerie
So, Sister
G.
Coralie, are you gonna raise a question now? Ask a question now.
Valerie G.
You know what? I will, seeing as I am on the spot, I will ask a question. For people, the people that are that us as advocates are supporting, if they, I believe it cost around £2,000 to £3,000 to get the immigration rights to remain process going, you know, for the rights to remain. So I was just wondering, is it possible for us to claim that support money so that people can apply for their visas in the process of being an advocate for compensation?
The question you raise
Yeah,
regarding fees
yeah,
to get your status.
yes,
In the compensation scheme guidelines, you can make a claim if you paid money out.
yeah.
You can claim that part of your claim, providing you are eligible to make a claim. If you're not eligible to make a claim, then you wouldn't have fit into the Windrush compensation scheme. And there's a
Okay.
clear eligibility criteria set out by the government. And for those who were born in the UK or had their parents were born or settled in the UK before April 1st of January 1973, I think it is, from a Commonwealth country, those individuals are eligible to apply to this scheme. And also those from any other country who were settled in the UK by December 1988. Those are the two eligibility criteria. Outside of those dates, you're outside the Windrush scheme, and your query would be an immigration query.
Right.
And it would be dealt with by an immigration officer, not by the Windrush compensation scheme. So it's really important to check your eligibility. And that is clear in the government website, .gov.uk/Windrush compensation scheme. That's the information that everybody should be reading.
Yes.
Now, currently, there is an update on the information that the Home Office caseworkers will be using to assess your claim and make sure you have the correct version, which was released, updated January 26. The version is 19.0. The previous version is out of date. There has been some changes in the current version. And Roland, you and I was having this conversation yesterday, comparing the previous version. And we're going through that carefully to see, you know, what has changed. Now, when these changes take place, the government don't tell you about it. You've got to find it yourself. People like us will have to go and find it. They don't, put a big headlines out, you know, no. They keep it quiet. Again, you know, the reason why they keep it quiet, they don't want people to know about it. Yeah. So again, is that fair? Is that a fair scheme?
It's not.
We always say to people, if you're not sure of your eligibility, you can go onto our website, justiceforwindrushgeneration.co.uk, and it's all laid out who is eligible to make a claim. And also, we explain the different type of claim. Primary claimant for the individual making the claim, close family member claim, and deceased estate is person who has died, but the family is going to make a claim on their behalf. All three claims are on our website and also is on the government.gov site. So the information is out there. You just have to look at it and read it.
So, so just to summarize that question on visa and naturalization, immigration, funds to make those applications, because they're not free to go to the Home Office to put forward the application. It's around £2,000. What you're saying to me is that that would be recompensated to the person once they've won the claim? Or are you say, because if I want to take my a case forward to court, I have to, that's been turned down, I have to raise the money myself, which, you know, if it's been turned down 3 times, then it's a lot. It's about £10,000 to bring it to court independently. And then just the individual that believes that they have the right to remain because they were brought up here. You know, it's a little bit more than just a Windrush issue, but it's just been called a Windrush issue because all the Commonwealth countries, and with the compensation funding that is out now, they're saying that it's more the people that are more eligible for it. On the last training course that I went to in last year, April, they said the people that are not from the Windrush would be more eligible for the Windrush application form funding, which I found absolutely ironic and disgusting, because they should change the name. And it is like a slippery, it's very, what would you call it? It's like walking on water, because it isn't firm. There's no foundation that is firm to this scheme, as every single year there's been changes made to it. And, you know, now we have to make sure that we're under 1.9, and God knows what would happen if you're under a different, you're not on the updated case file.
Let me just
All right, Sister Carol, just hold on,
Thank
please.
you for listening. Thank
Sister
you. I'm
Carol, just
just
hold on, and Garrett, just hold on, please.
venting.
Yeah. Yes, so.
Mm.
Can't hear Roland. Can't hear Roland.
Just hold on,
Yeah.
please. Just hold on. Everyone that's not speaking, just be quiet, please. Based on the question that was raised and where at the answers, I think we need to bring clarity between the difference between eligibility and entitlement.
Yeah.
Okay. Second, because the others listening. Secondly, regarding a question, at what point is the status application being made? Is it being made now, going forward? Because if that's the case, it needs to be made clear that to apply through the scheme, there's no charges. Okay. And thirdly, it needs to be made clear also that the scheme, both status and compensation, is not just Commonwealth, it goes beyond the Commonwealth for a number of reasons.
If you remember what I said about eligibility, so I spoke about those who were settled in the UK by the 1st of January 1973. That's Commonwealth.
Mm.
Anybody after that, right, from any part of the world, December 88 or the 1st of January. If you're outside those dates of December 88, you're outside the eligibility criteria for the scheme, for either scheme. That's important to establish. The next important point is, Koja mentioned the fact that, you know, parents, children born in the UK from a parent from either a Commonwealth country or from elsewhere. The criteria is very clear. It says you, the person making application, your parent or your grandparent would have settled in the UK by a particular date from the Commonwealth country. And then after that, it spoke about any other country up to 1988. So if it's a Commonwealth country, you will be eligible to make a claim.
Mm.
For close family member claims, you do not need to have to fit into any one of those. So you could have come from China within a particular, which is not a Commonwealth country. you do not fall into that particular. So you could be a partner from outside those group, and you still make a claim as a close family member.
Yeah.
I'm just saying
And
that
this
to be
is
specific.
this is the point that we've always done with our Sunday chat, etc. We go through each of these claims. I don't really want to focus on
I've got
claims.
two other
If people
questions
need
with
specific information, then we can direct them where they can get the information and help. So we have organizations that offer the advocacy work to help the individual with their claim. Windrush Justice Clinic does that work. There are other organizations around the country who is funded by the Action for Race Equality, or funding different projects across the UK to support individual through advocacy. That's about sitting down with the individual and helping them with their claim.
I've got two other questions in the chat.
I just wanted to quickly respond to what they were saying. There's a broader point, right? Her part of her question was, so if I need to settle my status at the moment, will I get that recompensated? And the problem was, she was pointing out, what if I don't have that money in the first place? If I don't have that £2,000 in my pocket, how am I going to get my status sorted out? And this is the right. The government have created barriers to justice, to resolving very straightforward problems that they themselves created. So you have to find £2,000 to apply for indefinite leave to remain, and now actually it's being changed again. And even if you're making, I was going to quickly ask about the status and your immigration status, your documentation status before you apply for.
That's the first thing.
Scheme.
Yeah.
You can just clarify on
the
that.
very first thing, because the compensation scheme is two parts. So we have the rectification of your status. That's the first bit. Are you eligible for that scheme? If you're not, you can't actually make an application. Then the second part of the scheme is if you've been impacted, if you suffer loss because you could not prove you have the legal right to be in the UK, you had no documentation to prove you have the legal right. Although you've been living here for 50 years, you haven't got the documentation to show. So your employer would have said to you, you've probably been working there for 10 years, etc. They will say to you, can you bring your passport, bring some document. You haven't got it. Then you lost your job. So you have suffered loss because you could not prove your lawful status. That's what the compensation scheme is about. It's for suffering loss, nothing else. Some individual just rectify their status and that's it. They haven't suffered any loss. There is no need to go to the next stage. There's no loss. They just want to get their documentation correct so they get their British passport. They haven't suffered any loss. But if you have suffered loss over many years, that is where the compensation application comes in. That is the difference. No loss, no compensation.
No, thank you for that.
But you see, oh God, we've got several people hands up in the chat.
Even when you
Roland,
let's say you're waiting on status, but you need to apply.
On here, who's speaking?
To go to family funeral or whatever. They put these things in place to make it more and more difficult. That's all.
Thank you.
Roland, can't hear you, brother.
You've got to put in a pin.
I don't need pin, yeah. The screen is closed.
Roland, we've got several hands raised in the chat.
Maybe Roland thinks he's not muted. There he is. Unmute yourself, Roland.
And they have, you know, country you're living, right? The nearest to you, you just check your local area. In London, there's quite a number of organizations. In Liverpool, there are organizations. In Birmingham, there are organizations. In Derby, there are organizations. They're all over the place. So if you need help and you don't really understand this scheme, it's too much to read and to understand, seek help from an advocacy project. An advocate will sit down with you and go through and check if you're eligible to make a claim. It may be when you sit down, they said, no, I'm sorry, you're not eligible because you're outside the claim. And then if you have an immigration issue that is outside Windrush, that has to be funded by yourself. Yeah? You won't get the funding from anywhere to fund that. You have to fund that. That's an immigration issue. And we try to keep away from immigration issue because we're not qualified to give immigration advice. So we just focus. And bear in mind, the Windrush compensation scheme and status is a free service. There is no charge. To get your documentation, there is no charge. You got to follow and go through the process. And if you have incurred charges, that will become part of your claim. And if you were deported or held up at immigration place, all of that will go into your claim.
Yeah. I mean,
Garrett,
no, thank you. I mean, I
I've got
think
some questions
the
for
fact that there are
Jojo.
organizations, there's people like yourself that's monitoring the different versions is a blessing, right? Because without people like you, many people, I know I would not know the difference between version 12 and version 19, or even know that there's a version 19 to look at. And these things, again, they're hostile. They're hostile by design. Why in a scheme that's been 8 years old, you've gone through 19 different versions? And we know there's more versions to come.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right? It's not for our benefit.
Absolutely.
It's not for our benefit.
Yeah. So can I just thank Kojo?
One more question.
So I've got two questions for Kojo, please.
Go ahead.
Kojo? Two questions in the chat for Kojo.
Just hold on, please. Hold on. Are these individuals ready to raise their questions?
Right,
Question not coming to you, so we need to get it
up,
specific so
Sorry,
we can
I've got
respond.
two questions in the chat for Kojo. First was Valerie G, but Gertrude would like to know what's happening with the West Africans, like e.g. the Nigerians. Are we recognizing that now?
Can they come on? Can these
Would you like to
individuals?
repeat the question, Roland?
Can these hold on,
Valerie G?
please. Hold on. Can these individuals come on mic and raise the question themselves?
Or you just shout it out to us on behalf of the person.
Valerie, do you want to speak? Oh, Valerie's gone. All right. So for Kojo from Gertrude. Gertrude, do you want to speak?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Gertrude. We can hear you.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Yeah. I was asking about, in particular, Nigerian Windrush victims who are in Nigeria, because when the Windrush scandal broke in 2018, I flew to Nigeria because I knew many of them were Windrush victims. They applied in 2018, a group of them, and they were all refused. And when I did a review for one of them, they were refused again. And one of the reasons, they get stupid reasons, like you chose to make Nigeria your home, or you have a wife and children in Nigeria now, so you're settled. But these people lived here, went to school here, grew up here, had jobs. They had ILR when they left, and they got locked out. And then when they introduced visas for Nigerian nationals in 1986, it compounded a problem, and then the airlines would not carry them. They've got ILR stamps in their passports. They've applied under the Windrush scheme. There's no appeals process. So what do we do? This is coming up to 8 years now. 8 years. Right. And so they've suffered additionally an additional 8 years.
Directed to Janet, the MP. Roland, could you hold that question, please? When Janet comes in, I would like that question to be directed to the MP, so she will get a sense of what, you know, what the issue is.
Yeah.
So we'll come back to that question, please.
Just a quick
Okay,
comment.
thank you.
I will now vacate so that other people can speak.
Yeah.
There are these.
Kimberly, if you just come up here, take your
next.
seat, please. Yeah.
There will be these nuances, these situations where there are particular cases that the original scheme didn't have in mind, right? And because there is an independent appeal process, because there aren't a robust procedure that is designed to protect people who have been affected by this scandal, we can't have confidence that there will be a remedy under the existing system. This is why we're saying there needs to be a fundamental reset, because we can't trust that these people have got our best interests at heart, or that if we appeal to them, they're going to actually give the right restitution that people need. This is why we're saying that it needs to be taken out of the Home Office, that very organisation that created the problem, and be given to an independent body. And we think that actually the current Windrush commissioner could be somebody who chairs that body, who has confidence of the community and is from the community. I think this person had a question previously.
My question is, when people are being reported with a young home, are they contributing to national insurance protection?
Sorry.
Very important question. You need more than 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Mr. Tobias Dalfinis. I'm here with King Lancelot. My question is, when people are being deported back to their country, whether young or old, are their national insurance and pension contributions being sent along with them?
No, definitely not. And not only that, it's definitely not being sent back to them. If they have been wrongfully deported, right, there is a Home Office phone line you can ring to say, I've been wrongfully deported, I want to make a claim. That phone line hasn't been working for over a year now. Right? So that again shows you the lack of care, the insult, the injury that they are putting on our people. And that's why we again, once again, I'm going to keep saying it. We need a fundamental reset.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Just hold your question for a moment, please. I want to move on to our next speaker because we'll take some questions after Kimberly. So can I introduce Action for Race Equality? We talk about advocacy projects around the country. This organization actually supports projects to assist and support individuals through a grant scheme. Action for Race Equality is a very active organization. Kimberly is focusing on the Windrush work that the organization is doing. We want to get an update on the current work that Action for Race Equality is doing. They're involved in a number of initiatives, but you need to know what they're doing and how you can be of any assistance to some of the work that they're doing. So can I introduce Kimberly McIntosh, please?
Hi everyone, and thank you so much for having me today. I won't speak for too long, but
we'll take some questions.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'm here from Action for Race Equality, and we've had a program for about 3 years now that funds different advocacy organizations, so small grassroots groups, charities, organizations that support people to fill in application forms to the Windrush Scheme for Documentation and the Windrush Compensation Scheme as well. So we're now funding 30 groups across different parts of the country. We've got one group in Wales now, which is great. So we're getting outside of England. And we also do capacity building work with them. So trying to help the organizations to grow, to be able to do their own fundraising, to be able to do their own policy and influencing work, the kind of work like this that Justice Windrush Generations does, and other training as well, like media training, things to make them sustainable so that they'll be there to support people who need to fill in the application forms for as long as they need that help. So that's what we do. And I'm here with my colleague, Rabia, who works with me on the project. But we also do some policy work. So one of our big focuses from late last year to this year is what the government can do to support Windrush ex-service people, so particularly people who have served in the armed forces who've been affected by the Windrush scandal. So we had an event late last year in Parliament with an MP, Natasha Ines MP, an MP based in Croydon, and we had people coming to speak about their experience serving and their experience of trying to access the status scheme and the compensation scheme. It was a well-attended event, and we learned quite a lot from that event, from people speaking. So one of the things that, sorry, because I was a bit late, I don't know if we've mentioned the petition.
Yes,
we have. Okay, we have, great. Yeah. So as Kojo mentioned, we've got an active petition as part of the Windrush Justice Community Coalition.
Yes.
Thank you. There's a lot of acronyms in Windrush work. And one of the things that we've included in this petition is about military pensions and people being compensated for the loss of military pensions. And that's something that we heard raised in the meeting we had in Parliament late last year. So that was really useful for us to learn about that. And one way that people could get involved to, if it is relevant to them, is if they know anyone who is working with ex-service people who might be affected or have experienced that themselves, please do come and talk to us, because one of our priorities for this year is trying to have kind of a policy briefing that has some key recommendations for the government, what we want them to do to make sure that this group of people are getting the support that they need. So some of the things that have come up so far is having a dedicated caseworker in the Home Office, whilst the scheme's in the Home Office, of course, to support people, to help them to gather their documents across departments from the Ministry of Defence and maybe DWP, and all, you know, moving that burden of proof from this group of people onto the government, because it's their responsibility, and having a kind of a real focus on that, making it a priority, so that also we've had the changes to the scheme recently, and people who are older or are seen to be vulnerable in a particular way are now being prioritised, and their cases are being fast-tracked. We think that's great. We also think that should be the case for people who have served in the armed forces. So that's something that we'll be calling for as well. So that's one priority for us. And another thing we've got coming out soon is called the Windrush Commissioner Scorecard. So that will be on our website coming soon. And that's 5 priorities that we think that the Windrush Commissioner should be campaigning on and trying to influence the government on. So the 5 areas that we've chosen for that are ending the MP mechanism. So people have to go to their MP to then refer them to the PHSO, which is quite long-winded and makes it that people have to rely on their MP, and not everyone's MP is a great MP. Some people's MP don't engage that much. Some people's MPs aren't particularly interested in Windrush survivors. And so that means that it's a bit of a lottery in the kind of support people get. So we think that that should be gotten rid of. A lot of people get offered who are eligible aren't able to prove their entitlement. So they're getting offered 0. There are more applicants that have been offered £0 than have been given an offer. And that has been the case for many, many years. So we want to see a plan as to how the government is going to tackle that and why that is so prolific. We also think there should be legal representation that's fully funded. A lot of these things are also in our petition. So there's a lot of overlap in the things we're campaigning for. And also truth before reconciliation. So one of the things that we've been doing is supporting in something called the, there's 2 events. So we've just had one, and it's a symposium, which is looking at what a people's inquiry could look like. So we've got some of the people in the room here with us today. So we had the first event, it was brilliant. And so we also want to be continuing our support for that and being involved in that, because the government has announced that they've started their work on what they call restorative justice. And we'll be interested to see what that means, what that looks like. But it's really important for survivors to be able to talk about what they actually want to see, what would justice look like for them, what would, you know, depends what you want to call it, but reparative justice is probably what I would use. But what would that look like for people? It's not what the government wants, it's what people affected want. So really getting behind what other people are doing on that. And but if anyone has any questions about any of the work, happy to answer.
Sound's gone, sound's gone.
Bring us up to speed with some
Sound is gone.
what we're doing. Not everything, just some of the work. And
Thank
very
you.
importantly, people just mentioned the symposium. The symposium was held on the 14th of January in South Bank University, led by Professor Evan Casper. There is a report being put together about that. And there's a follow-up to the symposium, which will focus on survivors and victims on the 7th of February in Tottenham. That will be the Bernie Grant Center. And this will be a very important event. The voices of survivors. We don't like to use the word victim. Some people don't like.
We've lost it again. We've lost the sound again.
Word victim or survivor.
Hello.
On the 7th of February, we'll be hearing from those people, individual and families telling their story. Now, the reason why this is important, because Kim just mentioned a public inquiry and a people's inquiry. So we're pursuing two inquiries. The public inquiry may take longer to achieve, but certainly the people's inquiry will be probably easier and quicker to achieve. Having said that, we all know, we've seen inquiries, Grenfell, we've seen inquiries, and then no action. Just document being piled up. So there's a whole rafter of inquiries without any tangible outcome and benefit. We want the Windrush inquiry to be a catalyst for change. Got to do something. And on top of that, we want to make sure that the victim voices are heard, and any development in terms of policy and change is driven by the victims or survivors. Now, that's an important event to be held on the 7th of February. It's also part of the work that the collective is doing. I've mentioned right at the start about the strategic work that we're doing to get changes to the Windrush scheme, to make sure government respond to these changes. And we're using the offices of the commissioner to drive some of these ideas forward. We're in conversation with the commissioner. We have regular meetings and we're pushing that agenda. And he obviously have to go up to his boss, which is Mike Tapp, who's responsible for the work. Mike Tapp. Again, that's an individual that you may want to have a look, ex-military person. So it should be important that some of the issues that we're raising, that he should at least, say yes, he's happy with that. Very important. I can see Janet just coming through the door now.
I've got my hand up and Glenroy's got his hand up.
We'll take a couple of questions before Janet comes and I introduce her. Yeah. Is the question directly to Kimberly?
I would assume so. Who have we got first? John, please.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Go ahead.
And thank you.
Hold on, John, 1 second. Repeat that. Go ahead, John, please.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Kimberly, for and the other brother who spoke earlier. I think it's really important and refreshing to hear that you do not rely on the government to make decisions, because their role is to infantilize Windrush families. That's what they do. And one of the things I really wanted to ask, because I think it's very important to acknowledge that this Windrush scandal is something that's been going on for hundreds of years. It's just another stage. And I think that I just wanted to ask the survivors if it's worth doing a big march on the 22nd of July. So that's when all the government funds, isn't it? Windrush events. But I find it absurd that people are celebrating, no offense, the elders, and it's brilliant, but there should be a march on that date as well to draw attention to what's happening, because it's nice to celebrate. But if we do it on the 1st of Messiah, 1st of August, where Windrush groups join us on the reparations march, they don't get as much focus, because it falls into the bigger story of oppression. But I really think it might be worth us doing a march that to Parliament on the actual Windrush Day, because there is an illusion of breadcrumbs that we are asked to pick up to be quiet. And whilst I understand that it's very, very enjoyable, if they got money, as Gertrude said, to do that, then they at least should give money towards, they should be paying. And it doesn't matter that the amount of compensation owed is massive in comparison to giving money to community centres. It's about their mindset. Their mindset is, we're only going to give breadcrumbs because that's what we're like. The other thing I was going to say is, keep in mind that we finished off paying a tax in 2018. It came out of our pockets. It took 187 years to pay off to descendants, to the enslavers. So keep in mind, you all were taxed from all the time you paid tax until 2015. That's when we paid off the debt to the enslavers, which was in 1834. So that tax should really come back to you. And I think that's something that maybe needs to be thought of. They've taken from your pocket, probably without many of you knowing, but it needs to come back. And I think we need to have a march on the 22nd of June, it is, I think.
We'll take that recommendation.
Thank you.
Jojo. We'll feed that into...
yeah, I just one last thing. I don't think we should
Elder
pretty it up.
Glenroy.
Yeah, we shouldn't pretty it up, the 22nd of July.
No, John, I'm sorry. You know, I wouldn't, but running out of time. I'll bring you back in, John. Okay, who's the next one? Who's the next one? Next question.
Elder Glenroy, please.
Glenroy, come in, please. Thank you.
Yes, greetings. As I understand it, the commission is staffed by people from the Home Office, and I'm not sure how helpful that is, and I wonder if somebody could comment on that, whether it's true or not. It reminds me of the independent police authority who were employing ex-policemen to investigate police corruption. So it's a rather circular process if the staff are going to do that. But I do wonder if people at the meeting and Africans in general in the UK recognize that the Home Office see Windrush organization, as continue to see Windrush organization as low-hanging fruit. It's interesting that I hear Garrett said there are lots of organization around the issue, and I wonder maybe they're all called Windrush organization. Windrush was a ship. So I wish people would remember that this is a Home Office scandal created by the Home Office based on their racism to undermine African community in the UK and others to ensure that they are disadvantaged as much as possible. If we don't face up to that, then we're going to be wandering around believing if we smile and bow and courtesy, we will get justice. And I don't know how long it will take people to recognize that. So I want to put on the table to everyone there, can we at least acknowledge that this is a Home Office scandal based on the hostile environment that was created? So that's a suggestion. Please, could we start discussing the Home Office scandal based on the hostile environment and stop blaming people who came in a ship called the Windrush? Thank you.
Point taken, Glenn, right? Thank you for that. Yeah.
Right, hold on, Garrick.
One second. Let me just say, I've got Janet coming back in 5 minutes, and she'll be here for the rest of the session.
But we got another question.
I'll take one more online because this gentleman will be waiting.
Prioritizing Zoom. The next question is it, Sister Liz?
Not statement, please. A question.
Sister Liz, are you the next person, please?
So no, I can't see anyone else. The lady, Shireen's put her hand down.
Right, so hold on. Is there anyone else?
No, not at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, no one else. So if there is anyone else, raise your hand and I'll bring in. Okay, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Gentlemen, can I take your question, please? Who's it directing to? To Kimberly.
No.
Okay.
Actually, it's got to do meetings panel, so I don't like one of the.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I don't think there's enough advertising or promotion done around this Home Office scandal or Windrush scandal. Because when it's Valentine's Day, Halloween, Christmas, Gay Pride, Ukraine, any other issue, it's on the bus, it's on the pavement, it's on the TV. I don't see enough being done. I'm on social media, TikTok all the time. I don't see anything about Windrush. I grew up with Lucky Gordon. And if you know who Lucky Gordon is and the Profumo scandal, I know a lot about procedures and what's going on in these places, right? Please do a lot more advertising. More on the radio, more on the TV, more at the bus stop, more at the theater. We need this advertised and promoted. This room is not going to be enough for our voices to be heard, right?
We fully appreciate what you said. There's a bus route, several bus routes. We've got Windrush on the bus route.
I'm not doubting that, sir, but I'm saying more needs to be done. More.
This is the responsibility of the Home Office. It's not the responsibility of the community, although we're doing it, we're promoting it. This is the responsibility of the Home Office. And we should always direct that to the Home Office. We can for our community, and we're doing it as a voluntary thing. We don't get anything for doing it, but it's a responsibility that is firmly established at the Home Office. And again, we can direct that to our MP when she comes back in the room. That is something.
What I'm saying is the more people, the louder you speak, the louder you shout the message, the more people will see it. But enough is not being done. We don't even have a TV channel about Windrush. We got music channels, SBTV. We got music channels. We got parts of. But then that's why we need to do more advertising. Get me a T-shirt. Give me a flag. I'll walk with the flag and the T-shirt. I am the contact. Give me the information that we need that I can give to the people.
Yeah, well, if you want some contact here, pass it on to us.
No, I will utilize my contacts to benefit our community.
I'm going to respond. I need to put this out there. It's very advertising, very expensive in many cases. I've been working on my events in Jamaica for the past 18 months now. I've been funding myself. The Home Office is not very enthusiastic about funding advertising.
Sir, may I just rebuttal? It's not about the Home Office. It's about who we can get from our community to help promote these things. Can we? I'm not about excuses. I want solutions. Yeah, but there's excuses I'm being told. That's not enough. Because I got people that's dying on me, that showed me how to live, how to boil bush and make tea. They can't go, they're in problems and they need my help now. So I'm here now, so you can hear my voice. I'm telling you what they need from me, what I need from you to give to them, for them to fill up this 40 page, for them to get their 170 grand, to pay off their mortgage. They got holes in their roofs. They can't afford food. They're old. They got circulation problems. This is, and my voice has to be heard on behalf of them. So please, more needs to be done. Let's pull together our resources. Everybody else has resources. Why do we not have resources? So the more you put in Labrador Grove, where I'm from, not in Hill Gate, I don't see nothing regarding. Sorry? That's why I'm here now, asking for the information to give to me, put it in Labgrove, Kensal Rise, Westfields, Shepherd Bush Market, Harsden, Sudbury, Harrow Road. What more do you want? Yeah, but it took Sir Lancelot to come here and do this for me to be attached to this now. More needs to be done. There's younger people that can do better work, more work than me, that they don't know nothing about this. This is unacceptable. And I hear everyone's rhetoric, but more needs to be done. Solutions. People in Jamaica, I've got family in Eurotown, Jamaica. I've got people in Castlebank, Jamaica. I've got people all over the world. But more needs to be done.
Yeah, if you don't disagree with anything you said, you made a point.
I want a solution. Yes. Yes, please give me all the material I need to go to Pepper Pot, to go to the elderly people and give them the information, please.
We've got 30 minutes left, and we still have 2 items to get to.
Okay.
So let's come back in. I want to invite you, Roland, to come forward and just 2 issues. One, the work we're doing in Jamaica, and then the second, state pension. I want to give that information to people here.
Give me a second. This one is. Just a second, please. Hello? Okay. What?
We
Okay,
can
I'm just
hear
gonna
you,
follow on
Roland.
quickly.
We can hear you. It's great.
Good point you raised there about advertising. As I said earlier on, over the past 18 months, I've been hosting a number of events in Jamaica, primarily to get the word out there about the Windrush schemes. I said earlier, it does cost effort, and fiscally as well, it does cost money to actually get the word out there. I've been saying for quite a while that we need to be using our soft culture, our music, food, etc., to actually get the word out there about the Windrush schemes. That's what I've been doing in Jamaica, and it's been effective somewhat. We got people like organizations like IRFM. They have been one of our sponsors. Got Muta Baroque on board and others that have been very supportive. Soft culture, soft power again. We got the sound system communities on board that has been very supportive from Metro Media Sound System, Bodyguards, Tone Love, with the assistance of Metro Media Sound System primarily, and with people like Muta Baruka, we are getting other media houses on board. In fact, at the moment, we've got from IRFM, there's an opportunity, I'm going to say it here, for the minister, the immigration minister, to do an interview on IRFM with Muta Baruka. Also, there's an opportunity, hopefully they'll take it up, for the Windrush commissioner to do an interview with Muta Baruka and IRFM to talk about the Windrush schemes.
So that's work that's taking place outside the UK.
Just hold on the 14th of September, sorry, 14th of February, Valentine's Day in St. Mary, Jamaica, there will be a Windrush community event. It's in 3 parts, so to speak, a Windrush Family Fun Day, followed by a Windrush in session with a number of Alpha Boys. I don't know, well, a number of you would have heard of Alpha Boys. It's an organization that trained many musicians in Jamaica, from the likes of Yellowman was there, Horsemouth, and many others. They are behind it, very proficient musicians. In St. Mary, hopefully we'll have the local MP for the area there, and also the mayor for the area will be there and trying to get the church on board, school on board, and others as well. So that's the approach I've been taking in Jamaica, to use the soft power within our culture, within our community, which has been effective somewhat. Time is not infinite.
And the reason why this is important, the Home Office don't fund any of this. This is off our own back, right? Voluntarily. And we've been pushing for the Home Office to do things overseas, not just in Jamaica, one country. Overseas, mean the Caribbean, Africa, India, Pakistan, overseas. We've been pushing that agenda for over 3 years. We were successful in getting the telephone number in Jamaica after 1.5 years to get a number that actually connect the Home Office with Jamaica. And we're pushing for further contact through a WhatsApp so that the rest of the the word Commonwealth and other places can be connected directly to the Home Office, and it won't go through the 0800 number that doesn't work from your mobile phone.
In terms of the number, I heard someone refer to the number earlier on. Except for about a week or so, the number in Jamaica, I'm specifically talking about the number in Jamaica, the local number there, that has been working, and I've been using it consistently. I've been in Jamaica quite a bit over the past 18 months, and when I'm making contacts with the Home Office here, the 0800 number or the Windrush Task Force, that's the number I have used, and I've had very little problem over the past 14 months. Before that, there was quite a bit of problem. Wrong numbers were given out, technical issues. However, past 14 months, I believe it has been working seamlessly, except for about 12 days, I would say, roughly. Yeah, so I'm gonna go on to what I wanted to speak about, really, which is pension for ex-servicemen, ex-service personnel, not men. We don't say that anymore.
Yeah, service persons.
Personnel, who have been having issues with their pension. I'm going to speak primarily about state pension. You will have your, for service personnel, you will have your military pension as well as your state pension. I'm going to focus primarily on state pension. I'm ex-military myself, so I've got a good understanding of some of the issues these ex-service personnel may be having. I'm not going to go into too much details because Kimberly did mention it earlier on, and I think I need to have a discussion with Kimberly, go into a bit more the intricacies and the details. But I'm going to put some generality out there in order that we can bring some focus to some of the issues they may have. One of the issues, without actually identifying exactly what is being said to these individuals, why they're not getting their pension. And I'll give you a bit of background. Since 2013, 2014, I've been assisting quite a number of individuals from the Commonwealth and Windrush community, primarily those outside the UK. What you find in 60s and 70s, you have four brothers and sisters from Barbados, Jamaica, Ghana, wherever. Two may go to the USA, two may come to the UK. These two that came to the UK may have done 6-7 years in the UK, and at some point they visit the USA or Canada. When they go to the USA or Canada, you see the lights are big and bright out there, and they chose not to come back to the UK. But they have done 6 years in the UK, worked in the UK, 6-year national insurance contribution. They may have worked as trainee nurses, etc. They have stayed in the USA, focused primarily on the USA rather than Canada, because Canada is a bit of a different story. And they are now in the 70s, post-80s, totally forgotten about the UK. But despite the fact they have not met that minimum 11 years, I think it's 11 years, 10 or 11 years, there's still a way that, and I use the term very loosely, there's a loophole. I said very, very loosely when I use the term loophole, where despite the fact they have only done 6 years in the UK, they can get some pension from the UK, proportionate to the amount of time that they have done national insurance contribution that they have paid in the UK. But in many cases, despite the fact it's only 6 years, in many cases, that 6 years, roughly they could be getting like 20,000–25,000 pounds lump sum up front. Primarily those that became pensionable before 2016, because in 2016 the rules changed and they will only backdate it 1 year, etc., etc. So just rough calculation to give an indication as what will happen in a situation like that. So let's say it's a 35-year situation to get the full pension, dependent on when you were born, because there are a number of factors you'll have to take into account. 6 divided by 35, that's give you the equation, multiply by 220, multiply by 52, multiply by the person is 85-year-old. Let's say it's a lady, she's 85 years old now, so that will multiply by 25 years, and that's how you'll end up with a situation, despite that the figure is very small, with 28,000. I've even come across cases where I try to convince the individual that they can actually get this pension from the UK. It was over 81,000, but they chose not to believe, and sadly that individual passed away without actually claiming the pension, their state pension. So you find in many cases, some of these service personnel may experience issues where they have not quite met that threshold. I'm not saying that is the issue why they're not getting their pension. At the state, I'm not even sure if it is state pension or it is their service pension and military pension that they're not getting. In some cases, it could be both. And in addition that, in some cases, they could also have a private pension that they are being deprived of, also a public sector pension. Yeah, my own father, he passed away in 2021, and is after some point, I did hear him talk about London Transport. Him working for London Transport for quite a while, despite the fact I've been helping others. I found out a couple of years after his death that we missed out as a family on over £78,000. Okay, I'm going to leave that there. I'm saying just throw that out there to say we need to get into the intricacies and the details of each individual case to understand the landscape, so to speak, what is going on in the background, and do not be making any assumption that it is Windrush or immigration related. I'm not saying it's not, but in many cases it may not be Windrush or immigration related. Yeah, I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. And the reason why we introduced that pension topic, because recently the Home Office has updated their scheme, and we don't think it's gone far enough with the pension, and we need to keep the pension agenda alive. And you know, Kojo mentioned that at the start with the petition, we do need to keep that. Pension is quite a complicated issue, but if people need some help and support, we're asking them to seek out that help and support rather than, you know, ignoring it. And we saw the example where Roland's father pension was lost because, you know, nobody did anything about it. So pension is important. We will continue to give you information about pension as we get more clarity from the Home Office and any changes with the scheme. Please. No, yeah.
She hasn't spoken.
Yeah. Can I take you, because you have just phoned a few times? Can I take you? Thank you. Is this Debbie? Oh, hello, Debbie. Yes.
I just wondered what this person was saying about communications. This issue about keeping pension on the agenda and update, is that being bombarded on TikTok? What medias are we using so that the next generation knows about it and can jump on board? They've got the power of TikTok and the other platforms. I think we're just missing a trick on keeping it on the agenda. Thank you.
Could I answer that, please?
Some of that issue in terms of how we use social media, particularly for our young people. One of the universities have conducted a piece of research just to see, you know, whether young people have the knowledge about Windrush, and what transpires that they don't know anything about Windrush. These are people in their 20s, you know, university, first year or second year. They don't know anything about Windrush. So we're trying to address that, because powerful tool to use, and we need those young minds who can actually, you know, do that. So it's a great point that has already fed into the collective.
Every time they move, we can't hear them.
Yes.
These are legacy inheritance that is not being passed on.
Yes.
It's sitting in.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely correct. And in fact, the king who has much land property. Channel 4 News this week, you know, when money is left, they cannot identify who should go to. Where do you think it go? Go to the Crown. See? So the Crown has acquired so much money, yeah, because a lot of us don't make wills, right? And that's another issue for us. Come and join us, please, Janet. And so, you know, there's another opportunity. I'm going to stop you here because I need Janet to come in now. No. Come back in a minute. Come back. Let me just introduce. No. I'm sorry. Come back. I'll come back in a minute. It's 7:15. I want to now welcome Janet from Lewisham. This is our MP, second sponsor. So you had Clive before, and now you have Janet as our second MP. Now, we've been having a number of conversations about the new petition that we're putting together that launched today. Kojo spoke about that. It's actually live on the Parliament site. And we've now been taking some questions around some of the issues affecting Windrush. And one particular point was made that, you know, there is not enough promotion and publicity about Windrush, and the fact that, you know, the Home Office is not doing it, and the communities that are doing it, we haven't got the resources to actually do it, and there needs to be more of that. And then there was a question online that I said we needed to get that question when the MP's here. Right, remember? Yeah, because that's the question that I can't answer.
African,
we need a direct response.
African
so
payment.
If I can just welcome you, Janet, to just introduce yourself to the audience, and then we have an opportunity to get some questions directly relating to the Windrush compensation scheme and status, the current situation, and we spoke about what we want to see change through this petition. There are 3 arcs, and I'm going to get Kojo to repeat those 3. So we're firmly, you know, focusing on those 3 points. Introduction, please.
Thank you. So, good evening, everybody, and it's a real pleasure to be able to host you here in the Houses of Parliament. It is a pleasure for me always to be with like-minded people that want justice. They want to make sure that the right outcomes happen for the Windrush generation. The Windrush scandal is abhorrent. I'm a child from my parents came during that period of time from Guyana and Jamaica. I represent a diverse community in Lewisham East. At the time of the scandal, I put on surgeries. I reached out to my community where they needed help, where they needed support. There was never enough done under the previous government. There was a renewed commitment under this government, but there is more to be done, because if there's dissatisfaction, if there's disharmony, if the justice isn't happening the way it should be happening, if people aren't able to get the support and the help that they need, and things are taking far too long, then we need to hear about this and we need to know about it. I'm very interested in your petition. I'm very interested in the 3 areas and the 3 points. I'm very open to look at what you're saying, where you think my influence should lie, and other MPs within the House that have a shared concern over this. And although obviously I'm a daughter of Windrush parents, there are many of us here, not enough, but there are many of us here, but there are also people that represent diverse constituencies that are equally very passionate and want to make sure the best outcomes and the best things happen. I am aware that Baroness Doreen Lawrence is part of the Race Equality Engagement Group, and I can have regular contact and communication with the Baroness, so I'm happy to see where I can take things forward there. I will try and answer your questions as best and as sincerely as I can, but I may not have all the answers, but I will give it a good try.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. If I can ask Kojo, please, just to bring Janet up to speed about the petition and the 3 points that we are pushing forward and would like support of our MPs.
Yeah, thank you. Hi Janet, lovely to meet you. My name's Kojo. I'm chair of the Windrush Justice Community Collective. I'm also national organiser of Black Lives Matter UK. So what we've been doing as a collective has been looking at long-term strategic redress to the failings of the Windrush compensation scheme. And what this petition sets out are three things. And we've been discussing this with Reverend Clive Foster, the Windrush Commissioner, who is taking much interest in these demands. So the first one is that we believe that the current failing Windrush compensation scheme should be taken out of the hands of the Home Office, which is the department that caused the problem in the first place. Thank you for the applause. And also has consistently brought out woeful outcomes for many, many claimants. We know that over at least 66 claimants have died waiting for it. We know that 3 out of 5 claimants have been given nil awards as a result. And there have been several reports by Human Rights Watch, by the Home Affairs Select Committee that Yvette Cooper chaired, that talked about the need for a overhaul. And Yvette Cooper, when she came just before the general election, said that if Labour fails to speed up payments, that it needs a complete overhaul. We think that time has come to pass. According to the latest stats of November 2025, we know that there's been over 10,000 claimants, and we know that only 6,000 of that 10,000 claimants have had some sort of reward. Now, the Justice Report, the second thing that we're asking for is for the people who make claims under the new or existing scheme. They should get guaranteed free legal assistance, just as the post office claimants do, just as the infected blood claimants do, just as the Lambeth home scan do. So it's the Justice Report compared these schemes and said it was unusual. And in fact, they said that it's only the Windrush compensation scheme, the only state compensation scheme that does not give free guaranteed legal assistance. So that's what we are demanding. And we know, we mentioned this earlier, but I think it's worth repeating, that there was a case where, in the Justice Report, where a woman put a claim, she was awarded £300 after fulfilling a 40+ page document. And when she got a charitable help from a legal charity, that 300 campaign through appeals sent into over £170,000. That's been reported in the Guardian. It's on public record. Yeah, we'll definitely provide you with the stories and the report, the Justice Cross Parliamentary report on this. So it's something that's well known that this is needed. We have the support. There's a third thing that we also are calling for. The third thing is that it should include all pensions and all losses, right? For some reason, it's been curtailed in what is compensated for. And we think that military pension should be included in that. If you serve in this country, why would they exclude that? And this is supported not only by Action for Racial Equality, Black Lives Matter UK, Windrush Lives. It's also supported by Martin Ford KC, who actually designed the original scheme and now believes the original scheme is not fit for purpose. So hopefully that gives you some clarity. We do need to do more in promoting it and ensuring that more people will know about it. And that's what this petition is about, is trying to get that word out in the community, and your support will be very welcome.
Thank you for that summary, Kojo. So what you've just heard, are you able to comment on what you just heard? Because what Clive has said, I will try and support in any way I can with this, and we would want the same for yourself.
So thank you for that, and it was very clear and succinct, and I really appreciate that. I'm not going to, I very much want, I hear everything you said. In terms of the government and the government's decisions as to what department it should rest in isn't something I have the gift to do. But there are very significant areas around the free legal assistance and around if you've lost your pensions due to this injustice and inequality, then all of this seems to make clear common sense to me. So I will look at where I can put my influence, where I can help, and where I can offer a level of support, and by asking the right questions.
Excellent, thank you. Just to bring you up to speed, so we had a presentation from Action for Race Equality. Kimberly is just sitting here, and that brought us up to speed with the current work that Action for Race Equality is doing, particularly around the advocacy work that is funded to help and support claimants. And how many projects have you got currently?
We're funding 30 organisations.
So there's 30 organizations being funded by ARE, including a new project in Wales. So not just in England, but in Wales. Obviously, we want to see more of that. And we know there's still need for more, even in London, because London is a very large city. Yeah. But the Windrush Justice Clinic is available to people. Many local organizations, local authority have got some support, not a lot, they've got some support. Age UK is offering support on a national level, but still we need more. And getting more means more resources. One of the things that we mentioned early, that an event was held on the 14th of January in South Bank University, a symposium that looked at preparing for inquiry, public inquiry, and a people's inquiry. That was headed up by Professor Catherine Evans, who is also part of the Justice Clinic. The next event will be held on the 7th of February at the Bernie Grant Centre in Tottenham, and that will focus on victims and survivors, getting their voices heard. Mm-hmm. And what we're pushing forward is that, victim needs to be an integral part of that agenda. So the event on the 7th will be an opportunity for victim voices to be heard, individual and families. There will be a report coming out of the 14th of January as to the next step. But we know currently the Hillsborough law hasn't become law as yet. That is a very important piece of legislation in regards to public bodies. And when the law become law on the statute books, it will give public authority no hiding place. In other words, they will have to speak the truth. They will be sanctioned, and they can also be in prison if they do not speak the truth. At the moment, the contention, as you may know, is to do with the Secret Service, right? So, he and Bernd and I have had a number of conversations around this. And if I can just read something directly about this, you will see the reason why this piece of legislation will be important. Public Office Accountability Bill. The 24 Labour Manifesto include a commitment to introduce a Hillsborough law. In this speech to the Labour Party conference in 2024, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer reaffirmed his commitment to a Hillsborough law. And this is the bit I think is really important for us to note. What the law will accomplish, what it will do, and which particular organization and campaign will benefit from this. There's also a law for sub-postmasters in the Horizon scandal, the victim of infective blood, Windrush, Grenfell Tower, and all the countless injustice over the years suffered by working people at the hands of those who were supposed to serve them, the truth and justice concealed behind closed ranks of the state. This is the contention at the moment why it hasn't gone to the third reading, because the Secret Service are saying, we will use our discretion what to reveal. And no, the Manchester bombing said, no, we don't, they had information that they did not act on that information and led to those lives in Manchester. So this bill, and Ian Byrne is, he pushing to make sure that it's not watered down. Otherwise, it would be of no benefit. 30-odd years campaigning for justice. And we are supporting that because that would be a benefit to all of us. And what Ian has told me personally, I was with Ian 3 weeks ago, if this become law, or he said, could you wait for your public inquiry until this becomes statutory on the books? Because, listen to the argument, because accountability, when this becomes law, they would have to account for what they've done and speak the truth. Without this, you can do an inquiry, but they will not be held accountable. Just a minute here, look at the commissioner in the Midlands, who was forced to resign last week, was forced to resign as the commissioner with his pension. With his pension. Yes, with his pension. He resigned with his pension. If this law was acted and become law, he would not have got his pension. This is a very important piece of legislation. And many, many organizations will benefit from this. So we will support this. The People's Inquiry is making, roads, but we don't know how long before the public inquiry, but we are working on it. No, you don't have to, no, we're not saying you have to wait. I'm just saying the benefit of this law. No.
Gary, can we
because it's not on the statutory books.
Can we input to the MP, please, Gareth? Can we input to the MP, please? People on Zoom.
I mean, that's an argument, but let's get it on the statute books, and then once on the statute books, we can use it. It meant that's become law. That's on the statute books last week. Yeah, that is law now. It has the amended Mental Health Act is now law. Last week. Yeah. Now we have 1 minute, and I got to, we got to vacate this room. As I said, 7:30. So what I'd like to do, I can't take any more questions. I'm sorry, but we can outside there. We can have conversation in the lobby. Can I just thank Janet and Clive for supporting and sponsoring this event? Thank you very much.
You haven't mentioned the Nigerians.
And I just want to thank you as well. Thank you, good Sarah, and thank you for all of the work you're doing to making sure we have the right outcomes for our community and the people that have experienced injustice. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Asante sana.
So what we'll do, we can just move outside and we can just have some conversation just outside, but we must vacate the room. Yes, I'm going to Burn. Myself and Roland will be attending the event on Saturday. Yes, speak to Rabia. This event on the 7th.
Thank you, sir. Your name is?
Yes, Garrick, G-A-R-R-I-C-K.
Yeah, Gary, can I see you?
Yeah, Prayo, P-R-A-Y-O-W-G. Yeah, you find me on India originally. You'll find me on Twitter. Just search my name, everything will come up. All the organization will come up. On LinkedIn as well.
Brilliant. Thank you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, okay.
Hello, is the MP still there? Is the MP still there?
Yeah, yes, John, the MP is still here.
What, Liz has got a question.
She's getting ready to leave. We got to leave the room now.
But if Garrett didn't talk so much, maybe other people could ask a question. She wanted to know about the people in Nigeria. So maybe someone can ask her about that, or somebody can, because Dr. Liz has just gone. I don't need to know, but there's too much talking. Dr. Liz just wanted to know because people are being, I don't know the details, but I'm just letting you know. And Brother Roland, you're at it.
I heard you, John, and I understand what you're saying.
Right, you know what I'm saying. There's a few questions in the chat as well. So, I know I'm just telling you what to do, but I just wanted to highlight that MP.
Thanks, Joan. I did ask a question before, then I was told to wait for Janet, and then now look what's happened.
You could ask. Yeah, I just think no one's asked before. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be here somewhere. I was sure it would have gone there. Excellent. But yeah, that's me. Yeah, it's
not independent. I don't believe it's independent. I've got my own organization, CIC, where there are 3 members, and we have again provide and develop any can, but especially for this, because I wanted to make them come and witness what's going on.
If you want to share something,
It's about covers the health and
and you'll see it and you'll constantly. Oh, thank you.
We used to be very involved in the whole Windrush scandal. It slipped away a bit. So when this came up, I was very happy to get involved, and I'll put it back on my agenda.
Hopefully we'll get this Windrush thing cracked.
What they're doing, Lucille, is there's a lot of things that are still covered up. Like you said, you can pick your information. A lot of things are covered up. And there are people there to help you without getting paid.
Yeah, he just said it, innit?
Right.
That's what I was saying to you. I thought he was saying there's not enough. There's not enough people out there to help that because there's people still paying for legal fees.
See, the thing is, Lucille, yeah? They're not putting into people in position to be sorting this out properly, dealing with the affairs.
They've got to teach them this.
So you have to really know what this is all about, yeah? So when did we say we was going to phone the people?
Yeah, I'm good.
Next week.
Oh, next week. Did we say February?
Yeah, February.
Okay.
So this is Roland chatting.
I don't need to hear what you said.
Yeah, we must say. Because they're too clever, yeah? But I could understand more. Roland muted. Okay, so everybody mute. That means they're out.
No, hello. They've come off. They've come off now. They've gone. It looks like. Oh, Roland's still here, but they've muted themselves. Yeah. Does that help?
I guess that's the end of the meeting. Bye, everyone. Good night.
Night.
Everyone. Night. I'll see you guys on the 7th of February, hopefully. Those of you that are coming to the People's Inquiry.
Where is that at again? I'll look it up.
Bernie Grant's Arts Centre,
Oh,
North
yeah,
London.
brilliant. Okay, thank you.
All right then. See,
Stay
it's quite an
blessed.
early start, so I might be late.
All right, stay blessed.
You too. Bye. Thanks a lot.
Barely gone. Where is that?
North London.
North London.
People's Inquiry.
Oh, well, they should give people postcode. That's it. But I'm gonna chat rubbish.
No, there's a link. There's a link. They've been talking about it quite a while. There's a link to how you have to register on Eventbrite. Hello?
He's gone. She mute.
Is it?
No,
Who, me?
she's speaking to you now.
It's still
I was
on.
trying to find a link, but I'm not sure. It's on Eventbrite anyway. Not. Let me see if I can find it.
No, but there are people them just not experienced enough, innit? That's what it is.
Hello? We have years of experience of doing this, but let me see.
That's what they should have in front of them long time. Everybody jumping on something and still not doing it right.
Supposed to have your pen, paper, all the information. No, what's it got? People shouldn't be asking where's this, where's that. You should be telling them where. Do you know what I mean?
But what they should say, they will inform. They would email people where the place is. That's what they should do. Because how do I leave this thing now?
Okay. I found a link. How do I send it? Link. I've got, okay, hold on.
Gertrude, just copy and paste it straight into the message.
Yeah, I was looking for it. You know, it's taking me this long to find it for
I'm
this.
so sorry.
Yeah, I couldn't find it either.
I know it's Eventbrite. I thought, oh my God, where is this thing? There it is. Can you see it?
Yeah, epic. Thank you.
Okay.
Where's the gentleman?
I was doing it. Is he still there? After all that.
I'm going to mention to Garrett that all of these people that attended here today, he should have had their emails, and that should have been one of the first things that went up if he knew he was going to discuss it. Anything that they're going to discuss and there's links, they should put it up beforehand and then let people know, or have a shared screen so that people can see, especially they're dealing with people on Zoom. But I'm going to mention that to Garrett.
Yeah, because he's got the emails from Eventbrite.
Yeah.
Glenda, can
Yeah.
I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, hold on, Joe. Tisha, I'll call you back in 2 minutes, Tisha. 2 minutes, I'll call you back. All right.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not a survivor, but I really feel like these are brilliant, but it concentrates far too much on people in power. And the first, no one ever honors the survivors or gives them time to speak. I just feel like they're infantilized.
I agree with you 100%.
It's been going on for too long now.
It has, and I think it's something that Garrick and them should be utilizing when they have these rallies, is to give survivors the chance for them to say what they want.
Yeah, but he's part of the problem.
Yeah, and this is what this thing on the symposium is going to be on the 7th is going to be about. Because it was part of my speech when we did the launch the other week, is that we need to focus on what the survivors want, because it's at the end of the day, it is them who are suffering and having to go all through this. The more of us that come forward and the more people that jump on the bandwagon, they're trying to sort of like, how can I say, put themselves in the forefront and get what they can. And then the poor victims are left behind and the survivors. So we say, John, trust me, I'm on this and I haven't stopped. And this year I made it my duty that it's going to be about victims. I don't care who I talk to, a Clive, the minister, whoever, it's going to be about the victims and what they need. And I'm not going to stop. I'm going to be as vicious as I was when this first came
brilliant.
out.
Survivors first. Survivors first.
Survivors first, yeah.
Survivors
They've got,
first.
they've got that thing in Birmingham on, is it Saturday, where the adjudicator is actually going to be there.
Gertrude,
Wow.
I wish I was there because she would feel like a
Same.
fool. Oh my God, but I mean, at the country. Otherwise, I would make them feel so silly because I've got a case against them right now.
The adjudicator, wow.
Yeah, oh, definitely, because I just think they need to get rid of that. That needs to go. But it's something we're going to keep, you know, we're not going to stop. And I'm not going to stop and keep pushing. And I want everyone to sign the petition because the petition is under my name. And I want people to understand, I don't care how many meetings I sit with the Home Office. They know my views. They know. It doesn't matter what you say to me. Okay, we're doing this. Okay, it's still not enough. It's not enough.
No.
But the more that we push and we push and we push, will we get it taken out of them? I doubt it. But what we can do is get it put the way that we want it, not the way that they want it.
Yeah.
It's the way that we want it. So this is what we're challenging for. So when you see things feel they're not happening, oh, they're happening. Oh, Clive, I warned Clive before he got the position. Be prepared. Because I'm coming in like a lion.
I know you'll come for people if they're not doing it right. I trust. But the thing that's worrying me is, and thank you for speaking to Nigel, because the thing that's worrying me is there's a sort of weird plantation mindset here where there's overseers and things like that.
Little scraps, yeah.
Yeah, of course. But guess what? The overseers can stay where they want. Stay in the big house because we're out in the fields and we're not going to stop. That's that's it. So it doesn't matter. I don't care who you are or what you are. If this is still affecting victims, then we have to stand up. And I heard this young man in the house saying about we should have rallies. He's so right. But it's the funding that we have. And a lot of these organizations, a lot of the funding that the Home Office is giving out to these organizations, some of these organizations are not even doing what they're supposed to do.
No, they're not. They're not.
But some of those who have been able to get funding, use it to do rallies. Use it so we go out on the street, put posters up. Why can't you do that?
Publicity.
I'm trying to work it out myself. They're lucky I'm not in England. Trust me, they're lucky.
I think we should do a march on the 22nd. I really do.
I agree 100%.
Because people love seeing black people out dancing, don't they? They'll go and film that.
Yeah. Well, the worst thing is there's these organizations that can help you. Go to Black Lives Matter UK. Go to Stand Up for Racism. They will fund it. They will come behind you 100%. We have to have someone who's going to be standing there and is prepared to organize it and be the front person for them to do it. I'm so sorry I'm not in England. I really am, because this was the year where it was going to be about victims. This was the year it was going to be about victims. Oh,
you shouldn't say sorry. You deserve to be doing whatever you need to do.
Yeah. I'm still working, so I'm still attending meetings and challenging on certain matters.
So you ask Nigel to retire and stop blocking Nigerian victims. Retire, go away.
Well, the thing is, I don't think Nigel's just there for the sake of being there. He's put Zara as the front line, and she's love her to bits, but she's not experienced enough for this. Trust me, and I don't think she's got the full knowledge of this. She may have worked for the Home Office, but I don't think that she's got the proper knowledge of this.
They don't know anything about historical legislation or ILR.
No, she doesn't. And even with the team of caseworkers that they've got coming out, they don't understand it either. Hence the reason why we have to push to get it away from them and give it to people who have got the experience and the understanding of compensation, of trauma, and know how to deal with empathy and are willing to listen to people. I've been fighting this where we should have had face-to-face interviews from the beginning when this scandal all started. If they had done it the same way that they give out passports, it would have been running a lot more smoothly. I believe that's what I believe, but they chose not to. They chose to do it the way that they used to do it, using the same policies that they were using when they were trying to regulate status and say, no, you can't come in. So, it's something we've been telling them all the time. We've said it too many times, and slowly but surely they're sort of like putting pieces together. What do you think? Well, what we said in the beginning, if you notice, everything what the changes that they're making now, Gertrude, is what we sat down with them when they first started this, when Daniel Hobbs was in. And we told them all of this. Do you remember? Daniel Hobson and what's the geese's name? Philip Ruttman, I think it was. Was it?
Oh
Yeah.
God.
When we sat with them, we told them that.
Matthew Rycroft and all those people.
That's it, Matthew Rycroft, that's it. And Thomas Gregg, we told them all of this, and now they're sort of like putting it together, but it's still not working. There's still a lot to be done. But if we still keep together and don't fight against each other and come together, we will get this done properly. That's what it's all about.
Too many groups.
Too many captains, you mean? There's nothing, it's not so much about the groups, there's too much people want to be captain.
Exactly. That's what I meant about overseer.
Yeah, too many people want to be captain, and there should be no captain. What we should be doing is say, you're right, I agree with you 100%. What you're saying, what are we going to do about it?
What happened to El Waldo? He just went quiet. El Waldo Romeo.
I don't know. El Waldo just went. Yeah, I think he was sick for a bit, but then he gets very I think he was more focused on if people are talking to the Home Office that they're against the whole thing, what's going on. So I don't know.
Yeah, like Carl believes that as well.
Yeah, so you know, that's what Carl does believe, but he doesn't know what's going on in the background. They need to come. That's why I say to them, come and sit on meetings and let them hear your voice, because they hear my voice. And I'm not afraid for me to turn around and tell them what it is about. And that's what they should be doing instead of saying, they're not doing it properly. Well, tell them what they have to do. That's what needs to be done. But,
calmly, not how Carl shouts.
Well, yeah, that's right. You don't need to shout. You just need to be very assertive and get your point over. And tell them that's the way that I feel, and I'm not taking back no chat. But it is, you know, it is what it is. I want to meet this woman, Andrea Gilbert, because I wanted to join them. I wanted to speak to be. I don't know who she is, but I know she's doing a campaign against housing.
Yeah,
And
she's part of Global African Congress. If you want me to get her, well, she does it independent of that. She does loads of stuff. But if you want me to try and get her mobile, or you can get off Glenroy. She's 24/7 campaigning about housing.
Right. Okay, great. Because Black Equity Organization are doing something about the African, So I'm part of that panel. So I'd love her to sort of have a word with them.
I missed their meeting this week. But you know, people like Trisha, they were never helped with housing. So she's been like living here and there. So they should have been offered or helped by the vulnerable persons team, Trisha and Vaughan.
No, but Vaughan. Trisha doesn't want to be here. She just wants them to compensate.
I know, but when she is here, she's staying here and there. It's not, you know, like
you're right. You're so right, and I agree with that.
But she said she didn't even know they could do that. I said, yeah, well,
but
even
they
a hotel
can.
for a few weeks.
And that is what we're working on. I think even the Commissioner's Office is going to be. I'll be sitting on that panel as well, where we're going to try and see if we can get the local authorities to sort of like put the people who's been affected first to see if they can get housing, because it's only fair. You know, it's only fair. So there's different panels that I'm sitting on, and so you can hear my voice on everything that I think is going to affect the people. That's why I don't get any rest.
Oh. Gosh. Oh, thank you. We appreciate it. We really appreciate it.
No, that's not a problem. It's not about appreciating. I know it was like when I came into this, there was nobody there. So now there is people there. Some are doing it properly, some are not. But I'm going to make sure that they're getting it right. That's the main thing. So Windrush lives will live on forever. Don't worry.
Yeah, but what I was trying to say was sometimes I think if I shout and cause a fuss, I'm not a survivor, but I don't like it when people talk too much when there's people in the room who it's happened to.
Yeah, I agree with you 100.
Okay, thank you.
No, I think they should give them more of a say so that we can hear what they've got to say as well, and the way that they feel, because it is about them. And if the MPs can hear the people, and what is going on, perhaps it will sort of like hit home, you know, and they'll say, oh my God, sorry, I didn't even like when Trisha talked. When we had the round table and Trisha was, I'm like, oh, I didn't know this. Oh, well, that's when Seema Malhotra was there. She was like, right, okay, all right, okay. So they need more of that. It's sad that she went because I think she would have made a change, to be honest. I think she would have made a slight change.
Matt Tap doesn't give a damn. He does not give a damn about Windrush.
Well, that's because he hasn't spoken to me yet, Gertrude. So. He will soon. Don't worry about that. He will be speaking to me soon.
Good. I can't wait.
But yeah, well, we'll see what if I can get Andrea John, if you can get. I think I took her email address.
Yeah, I just asked Glenroy.
Yeah, or give her my phone number. You've got my number, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
All right, give her my phone number and ask her to give me a call because I would love to put her in together with Black Equity Organisation to see what we can do.
Yeah, she's a brilliant
That's a good
speaker.
idea.
Yeah, and perhaps get her onto the board when the Commissioners Advisory Board in regards to the housing. That'd be so good. She's an excellent campaigner. But yeah, give her my number. Tell her to give me a call.
Okay, I will do. Can I give her your email?
Yeah, you
guys,
can.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
love you
yeah.
and leave
All
you.
right, me too, because
take
I'm
care.
gonna cook something now. All right,
Okay,
now
love you
see
all. Love
everybody.
you
Love you
all.
all. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.